Normally I'm at work on Tuesdays, so I go, "Hi, computer, do your updates on Tuesdays at 8 a.m. when I am not here." Thank you, me. Thank you, me. How much did I lose? I think I lost all my power. Yes. Okay. Didn't lose much. Yay, autosaves. Gosh, that's the lesson for everyone. Oh, I need to bring the iron over. If you suddenly have the day off for Jingoism Day, take the time to turn off your Linux scheduled update before you stream, so that your computer doesn't hit that update and go, "Yep, we're gonna grab all the updates, we're gonna install everything, and then we're going to restart." And you go, "Wow, well, what just happened?" And the answer was, your computer was doing exactly what you told it to do. Also, if you don't have regular updates and restarts scheduled for your computer, you should do that. It's important for its health and well-being. We've stone too, apparently. I'm very much on top of everything today. It's fine. Once we get things going, it's gonna be big and pretty, and we're not gonna be doing any running around. It's all gonna come to us. We can sit back, sip gin, eat bonbons, maybe go down and look at the cuties that are sitting around. So, pump. Walkway. Boiler. Establish this walkway as a pattern. Steam engine. And what am I missing? These. I'm going to establish this as a pattern instead. I had a realization when I was looking at that power pole. If I do something like this as my pattern, and then have the walkway, then it gives me a convenient spot here. Aha, and then here we're gonna have two more in the back, so I can put them there. And then we can run these along this way, back towards the base, back towards the factory. We'll need that way eventually, so we can get started. And then Bob here. With a little walkway. I'm not going to even bother turning this on because we don't need it yet. She's alive. Mwahaha. Okay. So it turns out that the little crash thing was actually good for us. It awakened us to an improvement in our design. And that's just good stuff. Good times. All the way. We're going to do this manually. Just for a bit. Actually. There we go. If I get rid of that... I don't have the automation yet. Need to actually continue making some of these manually for that. But if we do the automation, and then we use these electric inserters, I can just have it automate and drop it in, and that'll be good. The reason I'm going to want to move this. I can stick you there. Planning ahead. This is not a super thing, but I'm going to put the automation thing there, and then we can shove our bits in it. Feed it by hand for a little bit. Haha. Foresight and planning. And then... And now, in theory, we have everything running. Which we can just... there. Aha! We have... 3.6 megawatts of production capacity. And apparently not enough science to finish the thing I wanted to finish. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. What's the science I actually need? Copper plate, iron gear wheel. So I'm actually going to want another one of you. So I can turn the iron plates into gear wheels and then feed them along. Oh no, we're out of... This cannot be tolerated. Oh, that's... I have discovered something concerning. I'm gonna need one of you. And another one of you, and a box. So I'm going to want one of you, long ones. So, idea. Long one. Assembly machine. Short one. Box. Full of copper. You will make the gear wheels. I'll start you going. Oh, excuse me, you will not start the gear wheels. You will make that. And then we need the other one of you. The little fella. And you make the gear wheels. And that means that this was wrong. You know what? I can live with it this way. Yay! You know what? I'm gonna gather these things that give me something, because yeah. Haha! I'm a genius. I am never defeated even by my own mistakes. This was unnecessary. I needed this over. I could fix it. I could remove you, shimmy you, put one of you there, replace you with you, and then put this in. But that sounds like a future problem. And we can gather all the coal and refuel. I do wish I could split stacks a little bit more readily. Because, like, I want to be able to bring, I want to be like, I'm putting this many in here. And this many in here, etc. And I can take that remainder and fill up the power that we don't really need. In fact, I think I'm gonna just take you away, fill you up. We don't need these to fulfill our power needs. Excellent. Okay, we have something going. And then as far as in between everything, good, we've got power over here. Excellent. Now then, I'm going to need a bunch of transport belts. I'm going to need transport belts on belts. We're just going to make as many as we can. For now, we'll need transport belts on belts, which will need turning plates into gears. I will need inserters on belts, which will need preserving plates. I'll need assemblers on belts, which will mean making circuits and gears. Let's just think. If I want one of each, here we need 5 to 9, so roughly 2 to 1 plates to gears. Here I want roughly 1 to 1, so we're looking 3 to 2. 4 to 3. Do you have any need for unprocessed? Yes, okay. Okay, so now we'll just run along the line here while I'm thinking through things, so it's not wasting time. But okay. I'm thinking we need 5 to 2 on those. How do you work? Crafting speed 0.5. So if you're making you, then that means you'll consume 18, 10, and 6 per second. Am I understanding that correctly? I'm not sure I'm understanding that correctly. Well, in any case, we will begin with these drills, because we're going to need a lot of these. Probably also going to want these on belts. So what's our output on one of these? 0.25 per second. Oh, goodness gracious, I didn't want those. I wanted these. I'll destroy you. I don't actually want you. Hide my shame. Okay. You I want. I want 4 of you. And I think I'm going to start them on the other side just so I don't disrupt you. Or... oh, let's go ahead and disrupt. So these are getting rid of. These are fine. Okay. I think we'll... I'm not going to try doing them here. I'm going to... this is my line. What's here? 12. I'm sure that's fine. I put these at the top of each. So we're going to need to feed those with coal. I don't like that, but that's fine. I'll do that, I think. I don't need more rock right now. There we go. There's the fort. wanted 4 to begin with. And then where do I want to get these out to? Over here. I already decided. So, where are you? There you are. How fast do you produce? So, one Mississippi, 2, 3. Okay, so it's like 1 per 3 seconds, basically. Coming out of there. And we should be fine. As I said, I want to run things down here. Hooray. I'm gonna pick all this up for a bit though, because I don't know, I feel like I need to think of how to get this where I can use it. Question. No, that would not be easy. That would be too easy. Okay. So what I'm thinking here is I want to be able to feed in coal to here. And I think because the coal's on the south side, I'm going to want to flip this plan around. So I'm going to want to put you out. So the same idea, only coming this way. Like so. Aha. And then the other way. You see my brilliance, you see my wisdom, my genius. Because I'm going to need to run it in each direction. I'm going to want something there to pull that down. Which means that we're going to need to come over here. I swear, I'm a genius. It looks insane, but trust me. I have an idea, the likes of which has almost certainly been seen before. That's a bit of a mess, but that's fine. Okay. And now... we have the coal coming in, which is going to come through here. We're also going to have some of it... Oh no, it needs to keep going further, too, because we're going to need to have it run this way to get to our power. Honestly, we're not really sciencing right now, so pull this up. Need so much. Okay, you're full. That's good. I kind of was hoping that would back up. That's why I didn't build this all the way down to where I plan to process it. Because I knew I'm going to need this by hand for a bit. Again, the reason I'm doing this way, instead of having this belt run, is I also need to provide power to these. So I'm going to have another one of these feeding into a coal belt that comes down here. And that will be my makeshift junction. I think we get actual junctions later, but a makeshift one will do. You know? If you don't have store-bought, homemade is fine. Should have science going, but it's fine. We're preparing. We don't need to rush. Give me that. I wish I could move it. I like it, but I kind of want it to be moved slightly. I'm going to clean up some of these smaller bits. This big thing I think I'll just leave here. We'll put a little... We'll make it a decorative spot. But this is going to be in the way, I think. I'm feeling like I am going to also want to run completed science through down here and have my labs over here near the power. Okay. I don't have anywhere else that this is going, so we can bring that in. Wahaha! then I think I'll pre-fill what's down here so that it can back up a little more efficiently. And then that will give us 3.6 megawatts to work with. Theoretically. Belt speed, 15 items per second. What's your transfer speed? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. We might want the theoretical that for there. It seems to be okay. Looks like it's fine. It looks like it's making enough coal and it's getting backed up here and it'll work. Eventually, I'm sure. Okay. What do I want to do next? What was I doing? I was going to assemble assemblers. Belts. And inserters. Probably long inserters because I think they can do short too, so. No, and I think I remember we need inserters later, so we're gonna put these things. Not you. But like you, and you. So we'll start with you. So I'm gonna need 2 to 1. I'm gonna need 2 of those. So, well, let's begin bringing our steel down this way, because we're gonna do our work over here. Our urn. We'll take our urn up here, and we're gonna earn some stuff with our urn. Okay. I need our power up here too. So if I want to make assemblers, make a box full of assemblers, I'm going to need an assembler and another assembler. And they're going to need to have their results. We're going to be assembling assemblers. Did you not eat your yogurt? After everything. Smach. Smach. There we go. That's gonna do its thing. You're gonna make you. You're gonna make assemblers. And I need to bring power over here for that. I may as well continue my silly little this. I don't think it does anything meaningful, but I think it's cute. It gives us another little robot friend. And then we also need to get circuits up here. Okay. Well, that means you're gonna eventually fill out and run out. Because we need to get circuits. Means it's time for you. Question, can I? I mean, I can, obviously. How far do you go? Far enough. Honestly, I don't like it. Okay. There's my solution. That's where I'll cross everything over. Don't worry. You can go ahead. It's fine. Eventually I'll be able to, like, run them over and under, but for now, I don't want to redo this, and this will let me skip my copper over into a more usable area. I'm not liking it, and I'm feeling that I'm going to want to rearrange things, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think too much about what's going on over there. Think about this. We're going to have some lovely little efficiencies here. Totally efficiencies. We're already backing up on plates. Thank you. I will. I'm having fun. I'm beginning to get it. Okay. Yeah. I figured it's going to be a lot of rearranging. Like this power thing I'm mad at already. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. I will continue telling myself that until I believe it. Now I'm hoping that I can squeeze one of these in. No, it doesn't work. Okay, I can make it work like this. Better tech and less spaghetti for now. Well, we'll decide that when we get there. Okay, perfect. Just realized I have to think about that. Which is so stupid because I literally did this thinking about that. It means what I want to do here, I'm not going to be able to do here because I'm not going to be able to get the copper in. Nice planning. Also, hi, Fluffs. Okay, there we go. Well, since I already did this, let's do our plan. Our original thought process. And you troublemaker. There we go. And I guess we'll run this down here, try to keep a semblance of nice neatness. Okay. And I'm gonna have 4 of these, so we're gonna need the belt to come back up too. Since I'm also gonna need more of those. Okay. One, 2, something like that, I think. Because then we'll be able to stick poles like so. Feed in. Take out. It's a factory! Yes! I am factorying. Okay, that will be able to take it out. And then I want the electrics. It works. Thank you for laundromat. Okay. Woo! And then I can put that there. And it's working. She's alive. She's alive. She's not alive. Part of me is slightly regretting getting this set up before putting belts. Because I'm going to need so many belts, but that's fine. Okay. Now I need another one of you. Because I'm trying to make assemblers in the assembler so I can have a box full of assemblers. I'm going to need a long. And then I can put this assembler here, which will give me my circuits, which apparently will also need some of you. I'm also going to need one of you. This is super not efficient. And we need copper cables. Okay. That might be good for my efficiency, because it means that that power isn't wasted. I think we're still going to need another power thing. You can feed in to produce the cables. And then... Aha! And then We finish it all off with with power poles just not being long enough again. But yay! We have assemblers! We have a box full of assemblers! Let's go! And that's not actually that horrible. Actually, it's kind of cute. I could probably clean it up a little bit more. Okay. I'm gonna try and clean it up a little bit more. That's the sort of person I am. I'm gonna be doing this a lot. Okay. So what we need, we've got our assemblers. Okay. So we need our copper spiral assembler. We need our copper plate, our electronic plate assembler. We need our gear assembler. Our electrics here are going to need iron and copper cable. You're going to just be so you're going to be copper. You're going to be there. We're going to need to run iron down here for the 2 end stage stuffs. What am I thinking? Okay. We have 3 things that require iron. So we need our electronics, our wheels, our gears, and our actual assemblers. There's our assembler. There's our electronics. 1 over. Electronics, assemblers, gears. Bang. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Let's move these slightly over. And then you need the plates. And now we have you. You. Spirals, circuits, assemblers, wheelie dudes, wheelie dots. Put them in the box. That is such a waste of power lines, but it's much nicer. I just need to figure out how to power it more effectively. That's a future bar problem. Okay. Yay! We have assemblers. So that will come back slowly, giving me more assemblers, which I will need. What do I want to set up next? Inserters, probably. Inserters are basically the same recipe. Do I feel like doing this? I cannot believe how... So they're not exactly the same recipe. Wait. I'm going to rearrange things again because I need the gears and the circuits for both of these. Let me get this torn up and then I will grab my wallet. Yeah. Hi, we're redoing this again because in like the second time in like 10 minutes, but I just realized I need the same thing for multiple things. Give me that assembler. Okay. Let me shoot money to Cass because she's running to the laundromat. Don't go blah 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 at me about my girlfriend doing the laundry while I play video games. I would help with the laundry, but I literally can't walk to the laundromat. Yeah. Disability's fun. Yeah, okay. So, what was I doing? I'm going to need the electronic circuits and the gears for everything here. So I'm going to make multiples of these. So once again, down here, these are the coppers. It looks like we get 2 of these per second. And then these are going to be my circuits, which... if I want to make this throughput correct, I'm going to want 3 of these into 2 of these. Because each of these makes 2 a second, each of these makes 3 a second. Okay. The Satisfactory player in me is coming out. I'm sure I don't need to be putting this much thought in exactly, but... all of these will make copper cables. And then, how do I want to get these supplies in? Because I want... okay. We'll have 2 of these. We'll have a little line up the middle. To make these electric circuits. Which I wish I could... It's funny, I was watching that one guy play Satisfactory complaining all the time about Satisfactory not having options Factorio has. I am immediately going... grrr. If this were Satisfactory, I could put my power pole on top of my splitter box that's right here to shove things in, and then all my power needs would be met. So there. Satisfactory player will do the complaint too. Let's do it like that so the wires cross each other and it looks terrible. I'm going to need one on the other side anyway. And then... I'm going to want to position those differently anyway. Okay, but I just specifically did the wire connections. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through and clean up these wires a lot at some point, but now I'm just trying to make it work. Hold copper cable, click the poles. That sounds good, but I'm first gonna... This whole mess is a mess. Okay. So that's the input-output wire. This is... which is going to get everything but that. So I'm going to need a wire here. I'm going to need to power both of these. One of these is going to need to power you, so I may as well have both power you. And then each of these will need to get powered. I may as well run it like so. Hold copper cable and click poles. Not sure that that's a thing I could actually do. Okay. So that's gonna give me out. Those are my... I want those to be my inputs. Put those the wrong way around. Okay. Not thinking about output yet. Although, I should think about output because... I'm gonna need outputs. And they're probably going to need to be these, so I'll do that nightmare. Yay! I'm out of belts. It works, though. It works, sort of. I'm actually going to do, though, is put one of you. There we go. Let's go grab some iron and make a bunch of belts. It should be backed up. I do want to redo, like, all of everything on my wiring. It's the thing I don't like. Okay. Wonderful. And since I'm here... Brilliant. Okay. That's going to give me those. And then we're going to want... a couple of these to just... put these in. And boop. This is why we also want inserters on the belts and in the boxes soon. And then you are gears. Wonderful. And now make all of those. Okay. This is probably nowhere near enough of any of this. I'm proud of this though. This little thing, I think it's cute. And like I did the thinking and the calculation. So we are precisely using this output to create these with no excess. At some point I will have excess I need, and I will be very sad that I don't have I was just bragging about how I was using all of that with all the excess, and I forgot to put the inserters in to do that. Whoops. Let's just do this one first because it's going in the box. And I have all of my steel and such getting turned into transport belts so that I have plenty of those. I'm not as backed up as I'd like to be. It's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's going to be fine. I need to replace that one I stole, and I need to put one there. I was so proud, and it wasn't working. How do I undo you? How do I get rid of you? How do I say I don't want you? I can't. Maybe there's a way, but I don't know it. Cass was calling this spaghetti. This is fine. This is 3 belts and a little thing hopping it, and I should probably be making sure that science is flowing so I can get this, because I think that is gonna eliminate the need for this. But also, I like this. This is cute. I've got a couple of robot friends. Making sure that the coal goes where the coal needs to go. And then from this, I will then take this belt here, which is going to have the gears and everything. And then we can make the assemblers and the inserters down there. Brilliant. I am literally a genius. Okay. Now everything's on its way. We don't even need to go very far. We just need to come here. Assemblers. Inserters. Box. Output. Input. Input. I want a couple of those to... Actually, I think these can probably do it. They're all on the same belt. Assuming, I put my belt in. Or you're too far away. And then we go nuts with the power again. You give us assemblers. You give us inserters. There we go. We have production. It's not scalable, but we have at least what we need. And then when we go later, we can say, haha, we have it. Now you just need plates and wheels. You know what we've got going on? We've got plates and wheels. I'm going to put another box. We're going to put another of you. And so sad. See, if this were one more, I could fit all of the pieces with one pole, and that would be so nice. And then you will be belts. Haha. So now we have our assemblers getting made. We have our belts getting made. We have our inserters getting made. I don't think we have quite enough gears getting made. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put another gear thing over here. I think I'm going to want, I don't know, like a buffer box to make this fit nicely. And I know I could use the inserters I'm making, but I'm already over here. Okay. And then I'll give you more of those gears. Because I notice we're like not using nearly enough of these electrics, but we're making some gear issues. I also think we don't have enough iron coming on. So we need to get more iron. That is a solved problem. I'm out of stone. Well, not out of stone, we have plenty of these things. I swear I'm manufacturing inserters so I can use them. See if that's enough to help start getting iron in, because I think it's not. I think we're going to need more iron. I think it's going to mean that I'm going to want that. By which I mean I'm going to want that. And then you, probably. Because I'm going to actually need to start shoving some of these in the lab again, which means I'm going to have to put the lab back up. This isn't going to get where I want it to be, but wasting my time doing this, quote unquote wasting my time doing this, is gonna, it's gonna give me a little bit of time for everything to settle a bit, and see if my steel is backing up anymore. It's not gonna be, but now we get a little bit closer. Right, you're important. Glad I spotted that before it became a problem. Do we have any backups, or are we still clearing through? We're still clearing through. Not ideal. Okay. Since I don't have the iron I need. I think it might be time for my shame. It might be time for me to whip out my shame. That doesn't do what I wanted it to do. How do I grab things off of the belt? I'm starting to think you mine faster than you can process. No, that's not true at all. In any case, my shame. Keep producing infinite accessible coal for me, because I don't have to go hunting for coal again. And now... I don't want you, but I need you for the sake of... Well, that's... not great. Update on our end. We're not making enough iron. So I don't have any iron to make more iron. I'm gonna make another row of these. I just need the iron. Well, no. See, what this is teaching me is I need to have miners on the belt, and then if I'm out of iron, I just need to grab miners out of my miner box, and then I can put down more miners, and I don't have the problem of not having enough iron to make more iron. I just have to make more iron. See, I'm smart. I am literally a genius. I'll do that. And we'll need to bring coal in and iron out. I think I'll run both of these belts in the same direction. That's my outbound iron belt that I'm throwing together there. I'm gonna grab some more iron from our temporary chain. And then I'll go grab some inserters, because we need inserters. I should have a box full of inserters. They're not making more of them because not enough iron. And still. Okay, we're gonna need probably 4 of those. We can feed in and in, out and out. I don't think I have any reason not to just do that. Good. Do I have any reason not to just run this along this way? Besides the fact that I blocked it with a pole. I will need to replace, but I can do that. Oh, perfect. It's in my hand. Love that for me. And not sure that that is going to be fast enough to do what I want it to do. Not sure at all that that's going to be fast enough to do what I want it to do. I'll have to do for now. And do I want to just grab... Okay, well, you're out of fuel. Tear you up. I can insert more in the slot. That tells me something I've suspected. That this produces more than one of these. How am I going to take advantage of that? Oh my god, am I going to... I mean, I can put it... I can right here. I have had an idea. This might be a bad idea. But I've had an idea. Everything I've just made, go away. Rearrange all of the iron during my iron shortage. This cannot possibly go wrong. But if this works, I will no longer need any of this overlapping spaghetti. Where you see, those are outputting more than one machine at a time's worth. Don't want to kill you while I'm screwing around. Maybe it'll be useful. Okay. Since those are creating more than one machine's worth, or more than one furnace's worth, that tells me that if I bring if I bring the raw goods over, I can furnaces and maybe expand production more with furnaces. We're gonna just line up all of our mining drills as best we can. There we go, 9 of them. And then we're going to Oso Thoughty, remove you, and replace you with that. And actually, it's important that you stay powered because you're the source of our power. That way, I'm going to break this here. So that way. That way, I can push my ore out there. I am slightly concerned my belt will not be enough for this, but we'll be fine. We'll deal with it. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought I had 9. I do have 9. That's kind of a pittance, but it's going to help because it means I can now have a nice symmetric bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay! Change. Also hope. But mostly change. This is gonna streamline our power back here. Makes it a bit of a pain to get around to, but... Now we have all that. Spitting out, okay. This will be more expandable, haha. Make all of them. So... We're also going to need to bring coal up here. We never escape the cuties, the cute little robot friend. Okay. Now... we say run up here. All the way. I'm slightly concerned about getting power to this, but we'll go one more step up. Lovely. And then... No, I can't. No! Have I mentioned yet that I want these power poles to have one more radius? I swear, if these power poles had one more radius, I would be unstoppable. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about you, because... Well, I will worry about you. Okay. So you're the beginning. If we think about this, we need... a long inserter, short inserter, power pole, long inserter, I do that, and then to a view. Space, space, up. That'll do it. It's not quite as nice as I would have liked. But I can make it work. And then we have our long inserters. Our short inserters. And there we go. Next step, getting the output. Which is going to require power poles again, because again, they are one too low. We have all this extra, so I'm gonna just shove it in to just feed some backup. I'm sure that that won't cause any problems down the line. No way that I will ever look and go, oh, everything's working fine, and it'll just be because of this backup. Never. But also, I feel like we're still not producing enough. It's starting to kick up again, but I feel like, okay, let's give it a moment to back up here. Okay, it looks like it's backing up here, past the split. Our split here. Okay, it's backing up past the split, which means it's going to back up all the way. It's still backing up from the coal. Yes, okay, we're still backing up on coal, which means we're still producing enough. Yay! Let's go. And oh my gosh, is it going to line up nicely with... Well, assuming I never, ever, ever have to expand this furnace line, it's fine. I'm going to have to expand that. Okay. Yay! So now I have assemblers on the... I have assemblers. I have inserters. I have belts. Okay. This is not nearly at the levels I'm probably going to want eventually, but that's fine. Our next step. Somehow along the lines I've got lamps. I don't think I need to produce those in mass. I don't think I need to expand power in mass. I do need to check power. Okay, so we can basically triple what we're doing and we're fine. So let's think about getting you on the go. What do you need? Copper and gear. So we're going to need more gear production. Sorry, I don't think we're going to actually do you here. How am I going to want to set this up? Do I want to just do the labs here and then... That seems not great. It's going to cause me some headaches, but I think I want to have my labs over here near our beautiful little ship, which means we're going to have to figure out ways to get things over here. That's fine. Let's take a moment. And run some power here so we can figure out what we want to do with it in a moment. Have so much more iron there. Drop our first proper lab here. Okay. I don't have labs on the go. What do we need for labs? Belts, gears, circuits. Okay. Why don't we put a box of labs? And that will give us something to do while we're thinking about the large scale of how I want to bring science over. Honestly, what are our obstacles getting science west? This section, if we build science here, then we avoid that. This whole mess. So I think we run science south of down here. And we run into this problem. And because we can't get over. We can get over one belt, we can't get over two. That's our issue. So we'll have to chop you down and block ourselves off for a bit from expanding that. And now we can bring science down. Okay. That's we'll finish the rest of that science thing later. For now, we just have a route to get to it. So, labs and science. I think we just need one assembler of labs. And again, labs require circuit, gears, belts. So that means we're going to want to set labs up over here, where we have circuits and gears. Do we need circuits? Yes. Are we not producing enough circuits? No, it's fine. We just... It looks like we're barely making exactly enough. So, another set of circuit maker? Yes. I can't believe I'm already just doing this again. That's so cute. Oh my god. And since we have inserters, it's like easy to make these. I still haven't thought of a good way to get the power going on this. Basically, we just have to do this. I haven't been doing research in ages. I'm like, I'm not going to bother setting up science and such until I've got things going. Like, I wanted stuff getting produced before I really worried about science. Wonderful. So this one's going to kind of do fuck all until we get labs getting made. And once more, yay, laundry go! Okay, we need gear, wheels, transport belts. So what I'm going to do... I'm going to move where the transport belts are. I'm actually going to move this entire apparatus a little. Because... we don't need all of this. And you're making belts, which just need those and those, so. And I can move you very slightly. Get that going. I do still want a box of these, which does mean that maybe I was silly. But now we can have some inserters. Thank you. An assembler that takes... This is going to be making labs for us. And then we need... everything else we need is on this belt. So... got labs in a box. Let's go. And check iron, because iron I'm concerned about. And I don't think we're backing up the way I'd like to on iron. So are we backing up on iron ore? Yes. So our problem is the furnace. Okay. I have a way I can work around this. What we do... we are eventually going to need this route to bring everything, the science over. But we can bring more... of these stacks over. I think we're gonna wanna... tear up these. The lack of iron wasn't implied here. You'd want to pin it in chat. Listen. I have to move my shame. Listen. It's fine. We don't have any troubles. I might be running out of steel. Yeah, I know. I just killed all my power to everything. I just wanna fit in these first. And then let's eliminate you, so I can eliminate you. Okay. This is the same pattern, it's just going to be different goods coming in each way. And also we're out of stone, which means as much as I was wanting to avoid it, we're going to need something about the stone. There we go. I have one more, so I will shove you in there. Power there. If it had one more One more. Just one more. I swear. Power poles are going to be the death of me. Hey! We're eating all of our ore. That's good. We're eating all of our ore. Are we backing up on steel? No, we need to make more ore. Where? How do I wanna? Actually, we can. This is why I keep those random burner drills. Those random burner drills. One of them's gonna have to start making a stone. So we can make furnaces. Which means we're gonna have to put an electric drill down and an assembler to start making furnaces. All we need are furnaces. Okay. Assemblers. Thank you. Let us make the furnace that we need. Actually, wait, we have enough. Okay. Let's be lazy about this. Laziness is good. I don't want like a bazillion of you, so we'll just drop you there. And your associated assembler to produce furnaces that will be dropped into a box. Congratulations on being like the absolute okay. That was annoying, but I'm gonna be glad I have it at some point in the future, I'm sure. Okay. Burners. There we go. Make me iron. And then let's take a moment here, think about mining drills. How do I get these into there? We just need absurdly much more iron, more gear wheels, more circuits. But it's really all stuff we're already making. Are we consuming all of our gear wheels and circuit boards? Yes, it looks like on the circuits, not the gear wheels. See, if you didn't need this, I could move you down here. I'm gonna do something silly. No, that's not gonna work. Gosh darn it. Grr. Hoping I could reach across. Okay. So what we're going to end up needing is push both of these further. Which is going to require more iron. Actually, is it? You're our shortage here. We need more access to you. I want to make sure that I don't cause problems there. There we go. I think the problem that we're running into on circuits is that we're just not shuffling across fast enough. Bottleneck of my fancy system. Still need more of that. Okay. That's okay. That's what we're grabbing these for. Go whole hog. This will be relatively easy to extend. We just need to do those there, and then like so. I'm going to just have to break symmetry here. Same cute symmetry we had earlier. It's going to cause problems there. Actually, because I see we have more slots down there, I'm going to break the symmetry in this direction. And there we go. Now we have even more raw ore coming in. And I could do more of it even. I could shove some things in there and let's be real, that's me running low on iron. I'm gonna need to, like, grab some up there or something. Well, for now, we're backed up here again. We are still not backed up enough on iron, but that's going to be a matter of time, I think. Beginning to fill up a little. And importantly, we have furnaces, so we can come through and add more of this. No, I need more random bullshit iron. I'm gonna have to make a random bullshit iron box at some point, just so I have my random bullshit iron running. All right, I remember this thing. This hasn't come up yet in this stream, but I've told my, actually I probably should, but I kind of hate this. I don't like so like when I look at this, I go, aha, this is beautiful. When I look at this, I go, ugh, that's ugly. But it's probably good for the stream for people as they show up to see this. Just, please don't backseat. I'm not wanting to have other people solve the puzzles for me. That makes sense. I'm sure you're not intending to backseat or anything. I'm just... It's a rule I have to have. I don't want to do you there. I want to do you a step further out. So just so I don't have to have another one of you. Okay. Yay. But yeah, I can do that. I have done that. It's probably going to be more useful later when I don't just know what is in all of my boxes. But for now, I think that's going to get... Looks like this has fixed my iron problem for the time being. Although I should get a random bullshit iron box. So I shall. This is a spot where I can hit some random bullshit iron thing. Out of boxes. Box. Yay. Now I should be able to come grab random bullshit iron. And yay. Okay. So what was I doing? I was thinking about if we need to make more circuits before I start automating the production of mining drills before I actually get science going. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. See, now I can just do whatever I want. Except for these and these, and I guess lamps. Don't even know why I care about lamps. So, it's really a question of whether we're backing up, and I think what we're having is the same problem that we were having with the copper, where we're just where this thing is our limiting factor. Which is maybe saying I should get science on the go so I can get logistics and see if that gives me better ways to do that. But also, I want everything I need to upgrade things outside of my working. Oh no. You are exactly what I was trying to avoid. Problem. My problem has become... That's okay. I can fix this. Okay. Problem solved. Problem persists. It's gonna be fine, I'm sure. Yeah, we're backed up still everywhere on coal. Power production is getting up there. We may want to start spitting out more coal. Which will require electric grinding drills. So hey, it's a good thing I want to get those up and running. Okay. I don't think we're producing enough circuits. I'm going to remove these for now, see if we do back up a little. But I don't think we will. I think we're, now that we fixed the iron, we're consuming all of our circuits. And the problem is, as I mentioned here, okay. So how am I going to fix you? I cannot just do what I did before. I think... Okay, this little hacky temporary solution is going to have to go. I'm going to have to break furnace production for a bit. That's fine. Okay. Here's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to bring you over. I still think I'm going to give priority to this line. And then we'll bring these up. And then what we'll do is now I have this parallelism. I can just shove in more inserters to balance that out. And then we still have our need for excesses here in the box. So, I'm out of inserters. Yay, inserters. This is silly. It's fine. And then, where's my... Little you... Well, aren't you a troublemaker? Is there a way for me to get that better? I don't think there is. Okay. We'll just have to continue having the safest wires anyone has ever seen. Again, that's the hacky solution, but it's fine. Have any spares sitting around? Yeah. Okay, there you go. And is this now fixing our... Yes, we are now back to backing up on chips. Well, no, because we're waiting for the additional gears to come in. We were backing up on gears before, so I think we're going to be fine. Give it a moment. Everything outside of this, I think, is pretty okay, so we can give it a moment. Watch, see if we need more gears. We do. We're building up. Are we building a backlog? No. Okay. You're supposed to be my temporary starting thing. I don't want to put so much effort into you. I just want to make one more assembler using pieces. Right? Because I just want you to make me mining drills. That I put in a box. Is that so much to ask? Allegedly, yes. Well, I can still lay you out, I think. See exactly where my problems are. And our problem's gears. Like, we know where our problems are. I think I might be able to... Now that I've rearranged power a bit... Hey... Solutions. There we go. It's a complete and total mess, but... Is that going to give me what I need as far as gears to really clean everything up? Hey, gears are making it through to the mining drill. Let's go. We now have mining drills. Okay. We have everything getting produced to some extent. Let's make sure that we have stuff coming through. We need more copper, it looks like. But I want to do the same furnace trick. Proper furnacing that I did. I'm probably going to have to. So... farewell to all of this. And then once I have science going, we're going to just run and go say hello to all the cuties. Because, as I said before, way early on, before anyone really showed up, I am on peaceful because I think the aliens in this game are just cute, and it makes me feel sad if I have to kill them. So, yeah. Have a good array of furnaces. Okay. That's not enough space. We need to be able to bring them out. Okay, this is going to be finished copper coming out this way. Sneaking around that iron in case I want to shove more in there. Same situation as before. One of you. What we can do. Set to 2 until I feel like I'm okay. And we'll close off with a 1. That's extensible. run ore belt. And we have our power. And we also need a coal belt. I'm a genius. I left space by default. Go there, then wonderful. And now we can grab these and start shoving them on. Where are you? There. There we go. I don't know. Okay. Fine. We're gonna want more of them. We have more of them getting produced, so it's fine. There we go. And we can feed up. Let's go grab some more of those mining drills that have been getting made while we were ruining our production chains. That's going to be more than enough. And it might even be... Oh, it's definitely going to be enough to, like, extend our iron, but also I think our iron is doing okay. Woohoo! Ah, this. We were expecting this problem at some point. I think the way we fix it is just tear up the belt and put it back down again. I think we have more than enough coal getting produced. We just need it not to be clogged up with copper. Okay, we've got copper coming in. Oops. Got copper ore coming in. Not enough copper ore coming in. That's fine. We're expecting to have copper ore coming in problems. That's why we did it that way. Haha. Rocks in the way. How annoying. There we go. And now we're backing up, so that means we're producing plenty of ore. So that should be producing enough copper. Is our copper backing up? No, it's not even making it consistently to the end, so that means we need more furnaces. Probably not many more. Something like that's probably plenty. Autosave, thank you. And there, and wonderful. Perfect. And taking a moment to appreciate the aesthetics, we turn off that alt, and it's just so clean. That's a problem. Hey, we finally ran into a coal problem. Well, thank goodness we have these on the go. And I will absolutely just run this there because we are vastly not needing those. And we have power problems. What's the power problem? Powers we don't have. The problem is we don't have any power. You know what? Not terribly surprised about that. And then while we're down here, we are in need of another boiler. I think I will want another one of you. Oh, hello. Part of our problem is we've got our copper plates going on here too. There we go. That's resolved. Still. We're going to want another boiler. Our steam engines. Our cute little inserter. Our... Oh no, we're not in our... Our pattern does not have us producing our next chunk there. Okay. I could get it up. Yeah, I think I will. I think I will. I want to have this go down every 2 so that I can get back and do maintenance. I don't think maintenance is in the game, but it feels important to be able, you know, from a play pattern, right? What am I trying to say? If my thing isn't able if I don't feel like my person can get back and fix things if it's broken, I don't like it. That's what I'm trying to say. And then eventually, my labs are going to be here. I'm dragging the science across the base for the world for no good reason. Okay. Coal's backing up. Power's running. Iron's running. Copper's running. Iron's running, but it's not backing up. And I kind of want it to back up for my safety, especially since I'm going to have to peel off. Okay, but it's not backing up because we're waiting on coal, which we're waiting on coal because we're running into our limits on that again. Okay, we've already solved this. This is a known solution. We can do that, and then something like so. Put a power pole in. Now we're not going to have that problem anymore. We could absolutely shove more coal here. So we will. Perfect. And then that's going to be producing way too much. It's going to back up. And once that backs up, it'll keep moving forward. Probably way more inserters than we need shifting off to that corner, but it's fine. Now that the iron is all running, it still doesn't feel like it's backing up. We're gonna need more of it, so okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to be moving the belts around again. Hey, mass production 1, yay! But then we're gonna... This is going to hurt my power at some point, I'm sure. Hey, that's gonna kill everything. Let's not kill everything. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm making room to process more of these ores. I want to have the one space here to give me some protection there. There we go. And that will return me to my thing. My redundancy there. Okay. And then I can put in more of these if I need to. Now, I have coal. I don't actually care about this. Okay. We need another slot for iron ore. Which I think we can do... It's easier to do in. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Run this along this way. Just so our coal is going to be blocking our expansion here. There we go. And then we're going to be basically hitting the limits of where I can just squeeze these things in. Right about there. Okay. Because we're going to have a whole hell of a lot of realignment. Oh, we're out of inserters. Why did I put them all the way here? No, we're not, like, going out of our way to over-organize yet. I want science going, and then we can start thinking about better solutions. This will give us all of our coal, theoretically. Excellent. Okay. And that coal is going to power. I love seeing that too. Yeah, we're coming in, we're dropping it in on both sides over there. Only doing it one side here, which... if I could get my ore over here, I guess that would be another way to extend this productivity over here into this spot. I really want this to be where I manufacture my science. So... just checking if that seems like it's enough iron. It doesn't feel like it's enough iron. Okay, we're starting to back up. I think it is enough iron. Okay. We got enough iron, we've got enough copper. Do we have enough coal? Yes, I think. Am I finally ready to start doing science properly? Okay. Cassie was yelling at me earlier before leaving because I spent all this time getting things in boxes over here instead of doing science. But look. Look at all these labs I have. I won't even be able to power all of them. Okay, so what I'm going to do, though, I'm going to pull this power line way down here. so I have more room to work. And to make our red science, let's go, how early I am. We just need copper and iron. Okay, well, we have copper. It's going in entirely the wrong direction, but we have copper. So, in theory, we just need to work some magic and we can get the copper over. So, if I look at our technologies, it looks like it's 15 seconds for one of those. So, if we get 15 red science slabs going, then we have just whatever our cost is in seconds, I guess. Probably going to have all sorts of problems. But that means I'm going to want, 15 of these a second. That might be overly ambitious. Let's just try and make 5 to start. We need the copper coming along. We're gonna need the gears coming along. So, not thinking yet about how we're gonna get copper in here. Let's say that we're gonna be running one line to the south of these. And then we'll have a output line. We'll have inserters, output line, input line, inserters. Let's just do this, okay. Output line. Input line. Inserters. So these make 0.5s. These make 5 seconds. So in 5 seconds, we make 10. So I think if I'm understanding correctly, one of these fuels 5 of these. Or 10 of these. Need to have room for the inserters. Actually means I need to move everything up, because actually I don't have room for this to be further down unless I want to move my bullshit iron box, and I don't want to move my bullshit iron box. I want my bullshit iron box right where it is convenient. So, as we are now. So, how we get things on the copper input, I don't know yet. But we will have then. Ten of those. Okay, we can't really repurpose you very well. I'm going to be mostly shoving these like so. Power, we will need... Okay, so that will do something like that. How do I want to get copper on this line? And that'll give me a little flexibility. Okay. So I do that. And then I do that. That's terrible. I love it. Okay. This is all going to be red science. There's probably a way to copy paste this. Nope. That's not what I want. I'll look it up later. So we have copper getting into this. And we will need the output line. Which I will start there. Leave a little bit of separation. And there's our output lines. And then our input lines will come down from there. And I will, for the sake of cleanliness and safety, flip these. Because that will make it significantly less likely that we get gears on our science belt. And now, in principle, one of these should produce enough. To feed all of this. Let's see how far along those go before they get snatched. Okay. I don't think I'm quite comfortable with that. Okay, so what I'll do... moving this one up to get out of the way. Because I want a little more space for that to work. And let's face it, belts are basically infinite at this point, so I don't need to worry too much about things like that. You I will worry about. But I don't want that to connect. There's room for more if I need them. Okay. So our first one needs to have its output there. There we go. And I have a feeling I'm going to need more than one of these, so there we go. And then just get a couple of these going. That should be more than enough gears to get our science working. Okay. And then we bring our science along to here. We have potential additional science motion. And now we've arrived. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And never, ever, ever connect those. Thank you. Okay. Safety box. Good. We've got this. We've got our labs. We've got a pretty decent surplus of power. We've got backup coal. We've got decently backed up iron. It looks like we're getting our gears all the way down. Copper's backed up. We are good. Okay. We are ready to start doing some science. probably not that much science. And more importantly, we're ready to go look at cute things. I love cute things. I'm gonna go see how the cuties are doing. Okay. Let's put these on this side over here so I don't have to make more. I think I'm gonna have to make more anyway. More power. Five, 6, 7, 8. Probably enough. It's alive! It's alive! Where's the closest cuties? There's some cuties up north. And you know what? There's some iron up north, so I want to go look at that iron anyway. I want to consider that iron anyway. So let's... Well, while science is sciencing, let's go up and say hi to the cuties and check out the iron. We may potentially, like, make a little... I think it makes sense. We may make a little house for them so that they don't wander into our stuff. Hi, cuties! Oh my gosh. Hi, cuties. Look at it. How could anyone ever not love that? Look at how it goes. Look at how it walks. I love these. They're so cute. It's a little sad because I'm not... that they don't come out. These are also cute. But oh my gosh. I love them. Pat, pat, pat. You've got your own little trees up here. Got your own little trees up here. And okay, I know you have your iron here, but I'm probably going to want to take your iron. I am sorry. The technology stone wall researched. Stone bricks get made from furnaces and stone. Well, that's going to be a thing I'm going to have to make. Because I think I'm going to want to build little walls. Like, if I'm going to need this iron, so I'm going to have to put a little wall here to make sure that none of you accidentally walk into the stuff, because I don't want you to get hurt. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, 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 pat. And we're definitely going to want to unlock this iron patch. And then we can do something. I'm not quite sure how we're going to want to reintegrate everything. Obviously, we're not producing enough of everything, but we're doing fine for what we have so far. So... Okay, what would I do actually with that? Okay, actually what I care about is you. You're going to fix a lot of my problems, I think. Because let's be real, a lot of my stuff I've got going on here is not the best. Splitter, that's also going to be really good. Okay, where's my bullshit iron box? There's my bullshit iron box. Okay. So, yeah, we're doing a lot of shenanigans here, and I don't think I like the shenanigans, honestly. So let's take a look. Okay. I do you, and then you. That gets most of the way. If I do you, and then another one. I can tear this up, run this backwards. And then tear all this up. We're gonna have a problem soon because of the coal, but actually, that's going to be a really big problem because of the coal, so let's not go willy-nilly yet. I don't need the coal. Well, that is not where I was expecting you to end up. Okay. That coal problem is going to be a problem. But for now, everything seems to be working fine there. Where's our next? Okay, over here is another one. You, I think, are going to be our preliminary consideration here. So you go there, and then we have splitter. Now we don't need none of you because you're coming through. We also don't need, because we can run you. Oh, that's beautiful. Haha. Okay. Here, we can eliminate all the need for this by coming into you. Now we don't need you no more. Lovely. And then you can pull through like that. And I can TBH, I think, move you over. This is a little silly, but if I do it that way, Okay, it's getting better. I need to clean up the wires there so fucking much. Oh my god. It's fine. It's not a problem. I don't have a problem. You don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. It's all good. Everything's great. It's fine. So now we just need to get coal to here. Which is another one of you. And honestly, I think that means I can squeeze in. No, because of the power, but still, that's cleaner. Okay. So now the only real issue we have is this coal. And actually, this coal might be our solution. Don't need that no more. Now we don't have that necessity. Everything seems to be working perfectly fine there. Backing up there, backing up here. Runs through here just fine. And then we fix our science. One of those. Question. If I do this, does it run down both sides? Yes, okay. Lovely. It's irrelevant. It's utterly useless, wasteful, but I'm gonna move it back here. Again, it's still wasteful and useless, but I like it. Wait. Even better. I can do this. Now, it's both sides of the belt for sure. Okay, how far can these go underground? I've been I want to know. Okay. Oh my god, I can run these under 4 belts. Okay. We're gonna have levels of spaghetti never even heard of. Never before imagined. Have plenty of power. Okay. So if anything I want to make and get sorted. So many. I think the next bit is you. Green science, which is transport belts and inserters, which we have over here in boxes. So. The question is, yes, okay. So, we just discovered these can go under. We got inserters on that belt. And belts. We've got inserters and belts on the belt. I'm a little concerned that we have too many inserters and not enough belts on the belt, so I'm gonna... There we go. Now we have a decent amount of inserters and belts on belt. I can run everything on the one belt, can't I? Okay. I don't know how many of these I'm going to be making off the front, but let's get some going. And oh, goodness gracious. I don't have enough belts. Thank goodness I have a box full of belts. Okay. I'm gonna experiment a little. What happens if I do 2 of these, like so? The answer is, they don't do what I wanted them to do. But you'll do what I want you to do. Okay. See, what I want to have is I want to have inserters and belts on each side of the belt. And then I will just put one of these in between each of those. And I do believe that is logistics. I'm slightly concerned about this getting clogged up if everything ends up being the same, so I'm gonna do this. I'm not just gonna see. This here is existing for my, like, aesthetic purposes. I have a nagging feeling it's gonna help, like, balance everything out, I hope. I need to make steel for that. Well, that's going to be something I need to figure out at some point. Let's see, what am I going to... Automation 2 sounds fun. That sounds like programming. I'm not sure I want to do that. Engines. Better electricity sounds great. Sounds like we got everything I want coming on here. Let's just watch this for a bit, make sure it doesn't look too...
It kind of looks a little bit full of
belts, if I'm entirely honest. We are making some green, and the green is running along. TBH, I'm going to get rid of that, because I think it's gonna, yeah, see, it's gonna cause problems with getting the green over, like that. We're going to be producing more red than green here, so I want to be able to back it up a little bit more reliably. I think I need more green signs. Well, I have more assemblers, so I can just make more and get them in. Which I can. I just need to tear these trees down. And that's as many as I can fit in here. But I can get another one here. Outputs. And making everything a god's awful mess of wires. and actually making these configured. Yay! It is much faster to get things thrown up in Factorio than Satisfactory. That is very true. Okay. Red's all the way backed up. That's okay. Green is coming through at least. Okay. I'm going to trust that we're backed up enough on green that I can start to think about other things. Like this crud. That takes iron plates and turns it into steel plates. How backed up are we on steel? On iron, on iron. The answer is not enough for me to be comfortable turning that online. So, how am I going to get more iron? Well, we have plenty of ore, so it's just a matter of processing the ore. We have a bunch of furnaces. On a related note, while I'm in here, how do I make bricks? I bring some coal over. Where's the best way for me to grab some coal and bring it up to the stone fields? I don't need a lot. Over here, I think. Yeah, I think bringing it off the end here is going to be the best way to do that. So, one of you step forward. And now we're going to have to find a way around here. Two, three, four. Okay, we don't have a good way. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to bring it like so, and then just loop it around. That's gonna put a cap on our green science production, but that's fine. We have other things we need to do. If we do need more, we can go expand and get more. Okay. I don't know how much of this I'm going to need, but I do just want to get one of these going. Gasp! I'm out of that. I think I am going to end up with more belts on that belt than inserters after a bit. Not sure I'm happy about that. Seems like it's going to become a problem. And then just put these in a box. Okay, so we have some bricks on the go. I want lamps on the go. Probably not super important. Although I will throw a couple along like vital thoroughfares because it gets dark. Like by my bullshit iron. My bullshit iron deserves a lamp. Okay. Now I have lamps if I need them. That's going. Looks like it's fine. So we're good. Okay. You. I want you. I need more iron. Okay, that's right. Not sure how much of that I'm gonna need. Probably more than I want to be making. In fact, ugh. I'm really failing to. Did I expand out more? I don't think I did. I think I was going to here. Okay. So, I want to go get more of these. One. Okay. And then kind of like the vibe there when they're all like that. And then I need a few more of those. I don't think I need fast inserters yet. Maybe once I get steel going, I'll go learn how fast inserters are. But for now, let's get more of you. So, and we're gonna need another one. Okay. And something blueprinting. I have heard that exists. I'll probably want to look at it at some point. Probably some point soon, if I'm honest. Okay. Now, I think squeezed every moment of extra iron that we can. We could theoretically run more under here, though. Also, I feel like it's just going to work out and it's balancing nicer if I do that. And then that. Okay, this is silly and excessive, I know, but I want it to look nicer. I think this is going to make it look nicer on the belt. There we go. See, now it's filling up that other end more consistently. Okay. We can still theoretically get more iron if we need to. But I'm noticing this one can't deliver its iron. So... that's telling me that we're starting to back up pretty well. We're not all the way backed up, but we are at the point where this one was waiting for ages. These are waiting to deliver. So if we're waiting to deliver, then that means we're producing. And that means I can feel confident stealing some iron. And by stealing some iron, I mean we have way too much of this and we're full up on red science. So I think we can take these offline. And start thinking steel. Real steel here, not iron. Real steel. Encroaching in on that stone because I don't think I care enough about stone. Okay. So to make the iron, we just need to throw 5 plates into an assembler. Okay. Where's my box of assemblers? I have almost a full box of assemblers. Hey, that's pretty nice. Let's do something like that. Okay, I'm going to break this entirely and see if I can't make this work in a way that lets me line up the gear here and just have all of these. That the steel's coming. You become the gear. You get your input. And then you get your output. You need your power. Okay, there's our gear. That's just going to make it nice and clean. And it means that we can also repurpose. Oh, what happened? That was loud. Oh, I hit my volume on my headphones. That's what happened. Okay. So what this means, I think, is that if we need more gears in the future, we can just change it. Okay. We cannot make steel, apparently. There. It is made in a furnace. So all of this was for nothing. Okay. That's fine. I didn't need to feel accomplished anyway, game. Well, it's a good thing I brought all this coal in here. I'm gonna need it. Wait, no. Wait, I can still make use of... No, I can't. I need these to be furnaces. Wow. Feed in our extra iron plates here. And then we're gonna feed in our coal. And spit out our steel. And run out of belts again. And look up and see, is green science still working? No, because everything is belts. Gosh, damn it. Okay. This was a bad idea. We're just gonna have to run this. Redo this entire situation. Well, good news is I made 2 sections here. So it's going to be real easy to run everything in. Oh hey, we don't need this anymore. Good. Even nicer. Okay. Now, we should not have that same problem. Okay. Welcome back. We fixed the problem where we had way too much of that going on. Okay, now we can start working on turning this on. Finish getting this coal over here. Yep, we got automated green science, and we're about to get... this going. Don't need you. Which is good because... our steel is going to end up going there. Okay. Fine, I'll move this one over. Avoid putting steel on the coal belt. Now where the hell do I want to put this steel? I don't have anything to do with it, so honestly... until I decide what I'm going to do with it, put it in a box. Steel goes in the box until I decide what I want to do with it. I think that's an okay starter base so far. Stretch, stretch, stretch. See, what would I be assembling with it right now? I don't know. What I will do, though, is I will pull out for a moment, run over, get everything in view, and admire. I like that I can zoom out like this. Gosh, this is a mess. Tech tree? This is tech. We need more logistics. And we can queue some of this stuff. We probably need more science, more labs, rather. Well, yeah, okay, I can make steel furnaces. Which just seem to be furnaces, so I don't see much point in making steel furnaces yet. We have assemblers too. Which I guess that looks like they make things... What are you? Not quite sure why I want to be setting those up yet. Okay, so tell me about you. Pollution 4, stack size 50, rocket capacity 50, consumes 77, so consumes twice as much electricity, relutes less, has 2 module slots, crafts faster. Okay. That seems to be the reason. To make more things faster. I think I would rather check my power and then get more labs going. Haha! Even more. So what would I be doing with steel? I would be making steel furnaces to burn better. That takes stone bricks and steel plates. My annoyance with that, if I'm entirely honest, I already have most of a full box of stone furnaces. So I don't really have a need for it. I also am like, if it's just an increase in speed, and I don't need it for something, then why do I want to make more of these when I already have a box full of the lower level one? Now I can turn... Oh, so the lower level one's used in these, so that is a thing. It doesn't feel super useful. It does feel like I need to start trying to organize where my stuff is going better, though. Like, I've kind of just got stuff chumped all over the place. It'll be really good until I have module slots. Until I have modules. Okay, well, so I want them eventually, sure. Iron sticks. What do iron sticks get used for? Radars could be fun. Walls. That's what I'm building this bricks for. You know what? While I'm trying to think about what to do, I'll take some of these bricks. And I know I want to utilize the iron up here at some point. And I don't want the cuties to get stepping into the iron. So I'm going to come up here and just kind of make a little safety area for them. Here. Hi, cuties. I'm never turning them off, but I'm never turning them hostile. I love these. Look at how cute they are. That's so cute. Okay. So, I'll have to actually make the wall. Why do we build the wall, my children? My children. The answer is, I don't want to build it by hand. Well, I'm going to build it by hand because I'm running back and forth. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to... I have other uses for bricks, don't I? So I shouldn't start turning all my bricks into walls. Especially when I don't have much use for wall yet. Maybe eventually I'll like start walling off factories to make things nice, but for that I think I'm gonna want like concrete so I can have like walkways and roads. For now, where's my wall? I just made you. There you are. Hello, wall. You're gonna be my first walled-in construction. I think I'm gonna try and wall this off as best I can. I really don't want them to get steppy on it. Okay. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Why don't I see about just churning this into ore and processing it? Do I want to process it? I don't want to bother them. I'm still going to think about them. So I'm going to process it over here where they don't have to smell it as much. They have the nice trees in the way. I'm thoughty. I care about my little neighbors. And then I'm gonna grab a bunch of materials and come up here. No, they don't, which is sad because they're cute too. But it's nice to be able to. Oh, we're gonna have automobiles. Gates. Gates are gonna be nice. I'm gonna want gates again to keep the cute neighbors safe. But okay, we're gonna want an unknown number of furnaces. We're not gonna need any of you. We're gonna need a few of you. We're gonna need a bunch of you. We're gonna need several of you. And we're probably gonna want some bullshit iron. And some bullshit copper. I don't have a bullshit copper box. I should get a bullshit copper box. Right over here, by my bullshit iron. There we go. I have enough iron, enough copper on me for now, but... And... Probably gonna want several of you. Okay. And I have some lamps, so let's put a lamp up. Give them nice warning. Somewhere the wire is not connected. We'll fix that. Ah, it must be that blueprint thing I've heard of. Wonder how I did that. Ah, shift. I see. Okay, so we have our power line, not disturbing the trees too much. Coming up here, there's a bit of light here. See, the pretties can know where this is and hopefully not get too into trouble. And then here, I need space for the power to go through back there. a belt. And I think that's about as much as we can get going. I'm going to try and run this out this way. And then run it out this way. There we go. So now we can bring all that over here and out of the way of cutes. And we'll probably want to wall off the rest of this just to keep them nice and safe. But for now, I think it's okay. Yay! Okay. And now this is just going to be straight up cook the iron. Which means we need coal here. Is there a coal patch nearby? There's a coal patch nearby! We don't need to bring coal back from our home base. And risk power. That is lovely. Hello, coal. We will need to bring power over to you, but that's not a big deal. He says... Those I think I'm going to want at some point. That seems... I think I've found the thing I want to use steel for. Also, ooh, railways. Okay. I see there's more cuties over there, but They're a ways away. I'm sure it's going to be okay. We don't need too much coal, so I'm just gonna do 2 of you. Okay. We've got coal, we've got iron, it's here. Excellent. How do I want to get the how do I want to do this? I think we do the standard 2 belts. So iron belt, coal belt. Which let's make sure that the coal does not end up on the iron belt. Wait, what am I talking about? I'm going to have that, so of course it's not going to. And there we go. And we have coal en route. No, because I screwed it up. Perfect. Okay. Hey, we can make cars. Make all this other stuff that's just gonna... I'm just gonna queue it up, get this iron going, then think about all the things we've researched. All the things I can make. Okay. So. Hey, so that's how I do that. What's the point? Like, that doesn't seem to have done what I wanted it to do. Let's see. Inserter, belt, inserter, next. Nope, that didn't do it. Okay. Well, then I don't see much point in doing that. Lovely. Now, what direction do I want this all to come out of? And I think I'm gonna have my outputs head back towards starter base. So we'll do you. I have a dedicated coal field. I might just turn all of this into steel. That could be a thing we do. Well, let's begin. Until we start looking like we're running out of everything. We can still do several more of these, so I think I should. Yeah, let's... Okay, let's check our... Not that. Check our power. We're gonna run low on power if we push that too much further, so... For the time being, to keep this working, let's... do the classic. Stick it in a box. That's not what we're going to be doing with this. But it'll give me a chance to go back through everything. Are you flowing properly? No, you're all... I have an idea here on how to fix this. I think I just need to... something like that. And then I can also take a moment here. Beautiful. Okay. We still are backed up, so we have more that we can put there. But for now, I want to go check on the state of power. Hi, cuties. Stay off of the electrics. They're gonna munch you, so please don't get involved. There's so much stuff. This is kind of insane. I feel... How long have I been going? Only 4 hours? And I already have this much stuff going? I can see why people have a problem with this game. Okay, that's gonna be plenty. Ooh, train, like that idea. See, my hope is that I can... Oh, there's even more. Oh, goodness gracious. So what I'm thinking is I kind of... I want to focus on making sure that we just have all the iron getting made here. Fast transport belts. What do I need for you? Transport belts and gear wheels. Okay, well... I think I know what I want to do with all of this. I want to make belts. Belts require iron, only iron. Okay, so if we do... So if we just turn all of this into fast belts? No, that's a bad idea. But before I go much further, I think I want returning these into fast belts. Okay, so... Let's get 5 of those. Splitter going. Okay. Splitter up here. Hey, no. I'm gonna try to make some fast belts here. I mean, I just have to move that pole. How have things been besides tactics, which has been a lovely bedtime bit lately? Okay, so we've got iron going in both directions, and then you will spit out the wheels. Ooh, exciting. I should make sure that I get there for that. I know I don't always make it just because, if I'm honest, Tactics is my least favorite Final Fantasy. But I understand why other people really enjoy it. Okay. Awesome. Woohoo! This is nowhere near the utilization of this iron, but I just want to get started because I feel like I need these. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm going, oh no, I feel bad. I'm just like, yeah, I don't always make it. But I want to make sure, if we're doing the hardest fight tonight, I want to make sure I'm here for it. Okay. I really do need to automate longs too, I think. Should automate longs and fasts. Okay, and then you were going to be transport belts. And then you all need belts and gears. So, since I only want to make red belts here, I just feed these belts directly. Into the red belt machines. I just need to get the gears over. How many of these machines? Okay, so let's see. 0.5 second crafting time. 0.5 second crafting time. So I feel like it's 1-to-1 here if everything's running properly. So I'll need another batch of these. Like so. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not sure that this is going to be enough. It's certainly not going to be enough for full utilization. But you okay. Should be enough to at least get this batch going. And then we can feed them into a big box and have a box of the fancy belts. So I'm going to want 2 lines coming this way, or 1 that way, and then no, I think it's best to run them back up this way and then out this way if I want to leave. That way I can expand this further and have more. Here's our longs. Jam in way too many wires. Okay, and so now I have fancy belts on the belts. Nowhere near enough iron capacity. Or iron production there. Smelting. Nowhere near enough smelting. It looks like we have more than enough iron coming through. No, we don't. I think we might need more iron smelting to make this work. Well, where do I want these belts to go? Where's my factory output? I think my factory output's going to be further down. Do I just run them out here? I think I do. I think I run my factory output over here. And then I can shove it in a box out here, which is just going to be more convenient to grab later. Although that does mean I need to bring power over to this output. Okay. Fast belts, yay! So let's go make sure that we're producing enough iron to feed in all of these. I'm going to do that just by running down here until I run out. And if I run into not having enough belt capacity to feed this, that's what the new belts are for. Perfect. I am too, and I'm actually kind of upset because I can put that there. I can't put that there, and I guess it's because of this. So I can't actually have that one by the cliff, which is so sad. I was hoping I could have that overhanging, and then here. Very sad. Also, I don't want to run out of coal, so I'm gonna take a moment here. make sure that I have everything coming in here nicely. Okay, that should help with the iron. Not the iron, but the coal. Make sure that enough coal is coming through. And then we'll need output belt. Whee! And then the easy part. And we're gonna have to make more of the longs because I once again have not actually made the longs. I don't need you to be weird anymore, so let's bring you in line with the pattern. How many of these are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27. We're running low on inserters. I'm going to have to go get more inserters. It's fine. That's going to be a backwards one. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. So these take coal and ore and spit out iron, which will hopefully be more than we need for what we're producing right now. Then I need you all to grab the iron across the way. And here's the inverted one. Okay, I can consider that in the future. Yay! That's probably more than I need. But you know what? It runs that whole length all the way to the cliff. And you know what? The cliff not letting us add that means... Let me lickety split here. Let me there. Now I can, if I need to, in the future, make another whole line on the opposite side of those feeds. And yay. Let's see here, we have enough coming in from everything. I think we have enough ores coming in. Okay, I don't think I need to upgrade the belts on this apparatus yet. So that's good. Yay, this is all going in then to make the red belts. With plenty of excess. Well, I say plenty of excess, but... we'll give it a moment. We'll give it a moment to percolate on through. But I am not sure that we actually have enough to feed all of this. These... I think we're falling just shy of that last one. We barely don't fill in enough of that. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna reroute that hole. Because that would require me to figure out ways to bring everything down there or to rebalance and such, and I don't wanna. I'm using the other ends for these things, but there, I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'll probably worry about it in a bit, but... Alright, that's why. I didn't do it this way initially. Oh, that's fine. I could do that, but what I want to do is burn more coal to smelt more iron. And also apparently start running out of science that I can do. So... well, you... And yes, I know about copy-paste, but for some reason it doesn't actually paste it. So... eh. I'll worry about that later. It's almost as though this is the first day I've ever properly played this game. So I'm not going to know everything. And I want to try and figure things out on my own. I'm seeing a problem with my plan. Not an insurmountable problem, but a problem nonetheless. I don't like that. I think I actually am smelting all of that. That's not ideal. Gosh darn it. I think this means that I will have to fill in the other line over here. And figure out a way to bring this iron. Oh, well, okay. Problem solved. We can just bring it that way. Okay. I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to. Okay. So that means that you're not going to be doing what you were designed to do. that's okay. Is instead, you're gonna bring coal across. Good, you're not going over. Let's just make sure I don't need to just balance it on the other end over here. If I do have to balance it, it'll be here. That's clogged nice and properly. Yep, I am primarily an FF14 streamer. Well, I mean, not really. I'm a variety streamer. I'm being not right now. I stream 14 once a week. I got into streaming tabletop games so that my players would have VODs. And then during COVID, my girlfriend at the time wanted me to play 14 with her. And so I started playing F14 with her. And that led to... There's not enough iron coming down this belt. That led to our mutual girlfriend learning that I had never played any Final Fantasy games. And also shortly thereafter, my first girlfriend realizing I was skipping cutscenes in FF14. So, kind of between the two things, I agreed to stream all the Final Fantasy games. And I got through 7. Yeah, well, she was like, I want to go play with you and do this thing. And she's showing me fights. And I'm like, sure, I'll rush through to be able to play this stuff with you that you were saying you want to play with me. And she was like, so mad. And I understand now why she was mad, but at the time I'm just like, it's an MMO, why do I care? But yeah, I started playing, streaming all the Final Fantasies because our mutual girlfriend was like, you haven't played any of them? And I'm like, I played 7 and 8 when I was a kid, but I don't really remember them. So, in the process of that, I also started playing 14 again. And we did that on Saturdays, because I'm like, this is going to take forever, so I'm going to do that on Saturdays, and I'll do the other Final Fantasies during the week. And then, like, at the time, we were still doing a Wednesday night tabletop game. I'm out of belts. I have to go back and get belts. This is so unfair. But yeah, so I ended up stopping Final Fantasy because I'm not, for the most part, not really enjoying Final Fantasy. Didn't really enjoy Final Fantasy. My favorite expansion so far, I'm not caught up yet. We started this years ago, but because we're only doing it, myself and my friends, who are mostly from my tabletop RP group, I'm a couple relationships in now since then, but we were only doing it on Saturdays. We have just now finished Endwalker. Like, we're in post Endwalker right now, so I cannot say my absolute opinion because I have not experienced Dawn Trail. All I really know is that one of my favorite voice actors is playing a character named Wooklamat, who people got really mad about her playing because, I don't know, God forbid a trans woman do anything cool, I guess. But, so I haven't even met this character yet. I'm excited, though. I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, does it sound like Cinnabriar? Or what? Because, you know, Senna's American, so I would expect American. But most of the characters in that game are British, so what's going on? I'm excited. I'm excited to find out. But so far, I would say, you know what? Controversial. I actually think now, once I've done everything, and now that I've done it a couple more times, helping other friends get going, I actually want to say A Realm Reborn, if I'm entirely honest. Like, everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's such a drag, blah blah blah, and maybe it was at one point, but I've never really experienced the loaded ARR, and I think overall it's a very enjoyable experience. So I think if I really have to put my finger down and say this favorite, it is actually ARR. Like, all of them are good, but ARR, the main thing I'm streaming right now is Trails in the Sky. Like, I don't do this mostly. It's just I have today off work because it's Jingoism Day. But Trails in the Sky and ARR both have that very kind of slow-paced, in-the-world vibe that I like a lot in my games and stories. When I GM, I like to do that too. So, because a lot of the other stuff, it's really good, but it rushes. Like, Endwalker, lovely plot, suffers from Game of Thrones-itis. You know, everything at that time wanted to be Game of Thrones. So, everything was Game of Thrones, and it didn't always work out super well. You're gonna make, like, nothing. Oh my gosh, this is a lot. This is the big patch. Okay. I'm gonna fully drill this out, and when it backs up, it backs up. And if they don't do, and if some of these don't produce fully, that's fine too. I can understand why people would say it, why you say that. A lot of people do. Most of my friends, that's their favorite. I think the point that Shadowbringers suffers on, for me, is that it kind of gives us this promise of a major, like, oh my gosh, we need the party right here to handle Garlemald's bullshit thing, and then doesn't really do much with it. It feels like there should have been more consequences. Or did I really run out? I ran. Okay, we're not putting all of these online yet. Or we will put more of them, but it's okay. I have a crate full of these, so it's fine. I was never expecting I would run out. Yeah, and that is enough for me to... I don't hate Shadowbringers. Like, it's great, but to go, yeah, I think I actually like ARR more than Shadowbringers. How do I want to connect these? I think I connect these like that. Okay. So there's all the ore. All the ore we could never want. There we go. Yeah, I suppose that's also a consideration. I did really like Summoner when I first played it, and then very quickly it got, like... It's because I started playing, and part of the reason I did all the skipping is my girlfriend's like, I want to play Endwalker with you. And I'm like, okay. So I'll skip all the cutscenes and rush my way to this Endwalker thing that just came out that you want to play with me. I can do that. Okay, where do I want to do the splits? How many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 6 and 6. I know, we just said... I said I was going to try that copy thing, but... Hey, there we go. Though I'll say I am very glad to have become a Reaper main. I love Reaper. Playing Summoner now because I'm maxed out level on Reaper. The gasp! The gasp! I have no research I can do! Oh no, I have to go figure out other things. I actually think that's going to be a problem for the future because I am a little hungry and I should look into food, but for now I want to get this up and running. Okay. Yeah. My biggest complaint about Final Fantasy XIV is the level scales too rapidly, so you end up like not having, what's the word I'm looking for? You end up way over leveled. And it's kind of frustrating. Okay, you're not blueprinting. Good. So I ended up being like vastly overleveled so many times, and I just said, well, early on we decided in my little group that we were going to play everything min-eye level with no echo. So I want to do it this way. You know what? I've already done it this way. We'll cope. So everything has been min-eye level with no echo, and I will strongly recommend anyone who ever plays Final Fantasy XIV to just play the game mine. Because it is so good mine. I have to go get more inserters. This is so unfair. My girlfriend's teasing me in the chat about this game having hooks in me because of lunch, and I'm like, no, you are not important, whoever you are. As I was saying, blah, blah, blah. Cassie's making fun of me, but actually I am not interested in playing this like for 12 more hours today. I do want to take a break at lunch and stop for now because, you know, it's, I'm hungry, but I want to finish up this little thing here that I'm working on, and then I can say, aha, I'm going, I have all the red belts working, I have this iron getting smelted, I've got an excess, and I can figure out what I want to do with it in the future. And then it's, you know, it's a good stopping place. I mean, I'm feeling fatigued. Like, I have this, I know I have this sort of thing going. Like, there's a difference between this and Satisfactory. People like comparing the two, and I continue to say it's not a fair comparison to either game. Like, if you tell someone who plays Satisfactory, Factorio is 2D Satisfactory, but more complicated, you will have what I had my first several times hitting this game, where I go, what? This game sucks. Like, because if you are coming into Factorio expecting 2D Satisfactory, you are not going to be having a good time. Where am I going to put you here? Yes. And if you're going into Satisfactory expecting 3D Factorio, you're also not going to have a good time. Satisfactory is a much simpler game because it's not a game about, like, coming out all of these things and making a super optimized throughput flow plan. It's about kind of making little factories that produce as much as you want and migrating them from place to place and then making them look nice. Part of what finally got this game to click for me is this Factorio player, Dosh Doshington, played Satisfactory, and I watched him play it. Or I watched his little video about it. And the entire time I'm watching his video about it, he's making these comparisons. And at first it sounds angry, and then you're like, oh, well, that's just how this guy talks. Okay. He's not actually, he's actually having a good time. But, he was, as he's making his comparisons, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is very much like building a model train set versus, like, optimizing a thing. Like, the optimizations in Satisfactory are very simple. Like, the thing is about making the spaghetti look aesthetically pleasing, which I get there's a part of this here, too, that does that. But, and this is a big thing, that third dimension is everything there, because it means that you can decide that you're going to build entire floors focused around having your belts. So you're like have an entire three-dimensional floor around belts, removing your supplies, and you're shuffling them up and down elevators to the machines. And that's like a big thing. And the other big thing is, instead of doing these, you have the inputs and outputs on the machines in a fixed specific locations, which means you have to work around those orientations, and it's not always convenient. In fact, it's very much often not convenient. And also you have a bespoke map that's 3 dimensions, and you can't like dig things out. So like, for example, if we come back over here, and this is not going to be like a drastic difference, but here with this cliff, if this were Satisfactory, this cliff would just keep on going down, and there would be like a little tiny path here, and you could run this up like this, but it would probably just be better to run it up here and then build an elevator, and then you'd be done, and you wouldn't have this little loop thing that I kind of don't like. But I don't want to cut down all the trees. But yeah. Looking in here, it's looking like you are beginning to fill in. Beautiful. You are getting your stuff. Okay, excellent. That's what I wanted to see. So now I feel confident that we will have forever and ever. Gosh, this is not enough of these. I say as we have an almost full box. Okay. Yay. How many miners fill a yellow belt? You know what? You get 15 items per second, and then I used all my miners, so I don't have one to look at. Yeah. Which I was informed lately that this is actually, that Factorio was inspired by Industrial Craft, which was a technical Minecraft mod pack. The answer is fewer than this. This is all clogged up. There's probably a way to make this work better. Here's what I'm gonna do. No, I'm not going to. I am going to go take an appropriate break. Trying to get me in trouble here. So, break, and then I guess the thing I need is this, which eats walls. I'm actually going to have to manufacture walls. Mine speed is at 5? Okay, and then this has 15, so 30. Okay. So a belt, in fact, a Mark 1 belt in Factorio is half of a belt in Satisfactory. So yeah. I'm gonna figure out you next time. Military science. What else do I need to do? I need to get some oil, I think. I have a lot of science here that seems to be sitting behind other things, like, yeah, so it looks like I have a lot of science just sitting around behind oil, so I should get oil on the go. See, belts in Satisfactory is one of my favorite things about the game. I love belts in Satisfactory. I love the mixing belts around. I love getting them all looking nice and clean and well organized. And then once they're all nice and clean and well organized, like that's an enjoyable gameplay loop for me. And if I'm honest, running belts in Factorio, I go, you're so stupid. Wow. Ooh. Yay. Okay, one last thing. One last thing. I have some cuties over here I haven't gone to visit. I experimented one of those a little bit ago, and it caused me problems, so I don't think I'm going to. Need to go say hi to these cuties. We haven't talked to these cuties yet. Hello, we're your new neighbor. I ran out of walls. I'm going to be starting some wall manufacturing soon, so please be patient. Be careful around the factory. I will attempt to enclose it in walls so that you don't step into things. I'm going to try and keep it clean. Yay. But yeah, for now, where's a good spot with plenty of cuties? Over here. Plenty of cuties. We'll say goodbye with plenty of cuties. Circuits. Let's see. Do we have enough people watching to make it worth a raid? Yeah, that's the question. Because after lunch, I'm probably going to take a little nap. We have a few people. Not quite the whole chunk, but let's see. What do we got? We got people playing EU5, 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 EU5. Everyone's playing EU5. Everyone is playing EU5. So I think we'll go into Baron then. Because Baron is playing the most interesting looking country of the people playing EU5. So, hurrah! Yeah, well, stay for the raid. Make me look good. Hurrah!